Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Wait one sec. There we go. Hello. Oh, I switched the wrong scene, but that's pretty much where I was going anyways. Although I wanted to open up all my applications beforehand. That's alright. OBS WebSocket. Put my raisins away because I'm apparently like 90 years old and just enjoy eating raisins. I need something to keep me awake, unfortunately. And most cases, or most times, that just ends up being eating. So let's see. Oh, this is OBS WebSocket. Why did I open up OBS WebSocket? What the heck? Like, I do want to work on OBS WebSocket. But I mean, it's more or less actually feature complete. And like by OBS WebSocket, I mean, of course, OBS WebSocket 5X, the latest one. So let's see, open cpage GD. We are currently in the middle of a lot of stuff. Now here, I'm interested to see what's broken here. What is timeline? Outline? What are these? Let's see. I wonder if there's a way to like rescan the entire project. Yeah, I have a feeling that there's like because whenever I open up the project, right, there's like a bunch of errors. Or is it because of there's so many errors when you open it up. Oh, it's because there's just like cascading errors that cause errors in other places. Probably. Maybe. Like this one makes sense. Goot test custom. That makes sense. Although it should not be tracked, which is a bit weird. I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. It's like there's an invisible cache somewhere that I'm not aware of. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it really quick. So there's basic model, and then there should be base model as well. Or it's not base puppet. Or puppet trait, that's what I called it. Let's see. Runner trait, that makes sense. Runner trait, puppet trait. What were the other errors? Also, let me turn on my little tracker here, open cpage GD, just so I can do a little bit of time allocation for my own sake. So it was metadata that was kind of messed up. Luckily that these are more or less alphabetized. I think they are exactly alphabetized, not more or less alphabetized. Okay, well I think that's fine. Let's think about Let's think about runtime manager or runtime loadable manager. I think I need to just completely rethink how I want to do this. So in Godot, we have all the managers really. So there's app manager, config manager, interpolation data. Pretty much any lip sync manager, I think I need to, before I rewrite lip sync manager, I need to finish up the runtime loadable stuff. But now I'm kind of thinking, what if I just assume everything is... Yeah, what if I just assume everything is a plugin, and then we have a config ini file, or maybe not even a config ini file, right? We could just do it as like JSON, so it's like a package manifest. Like manifest.json, just to totally ape the npm packaging name, but don't follow it whatsoever. We could do that. We could do that. I'm gravitating towards that. So everything will be a plugin, which means I need to refactor how this works more or less. So let's just redo this. Let's rethink how I want to do this. I think this is fine. Scan path, default search folder, blah blah. And then this one, we need to change, so let's do to do scan here. So we want to scan on initialization. So default search folder, so it should be resources plugins. So everything is a plugin. Hello Nova, hello. How are you doing this evening? Sick emote, by the way. Congratulations on affiliate, etc, etc. So we have a config ini. We want to have name. Probably don't want to have entry point anymore. Override. I should probably document this actually. 100%. But what I'm doing today is I'm trying to, well, I'm still continuing to rewrite most of the internals of this, just so it's easier to work on for me. And then also, so I can basically rebase the entire successor project to this, VSS, Virtual Streamer Software. The name may or may not be inspired by OBS, but you know. So I can rebase that entire project off this new base, because I've received a few requests to implement iFacial mocap supports, but hello, Jordan. Pretty decent. How's your evening going? It's all right. Forgot to do my laundry, so that's why I started super duper late today. But I need to wake up early tomorrow because I have meetings. It's hard being an adult. Did you manage to get the Godot, the older Godot version compiling, Jordan? I had laundry. It's just been sitting there all wet. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's okay if you don't leave it for too long. I don't know. I do know it's a problem if you leave it in the dryer for too long, because then you get a lot of mildew buildup. So one thing that I see a lot of people not realize is that, like, if you put your stuff in the laundry and you just leave it there, like, that's why your laundry sometimes smells. It's because it's actually started molding. It's not because you didn't put like the dryer sheet in there or whatever. But you'd be surprised how many people don't know that. Oh, hello, Knock. Hello. How are you? Should have worked out. Yeah. 1% of the time it works every time. It's a sure thing. Type of plugin this is. I suppose this should be like a comma separated list, huh? Is it going? It's going. It's going. It's going. I don't really know. I don't really have a good answer. I don't know. Starting a new project tomorrow, which is why I have meetings in the morning, which is nice. It's gonna be a lot of mainframe work though, so I don't know what that entails, but it sounds interesting at the very least. But what I'm doing right now is I'm rewriting the internals of this, so it's easier to work with. And also so I can move on to the next app, or the successor version of this app, basically. If I really dip that, it's because Ren started the stream. He said he's gonna mod a PS4 controller. I'm scared. Nice. Hardware modifications. Something I don't really trust myself with. Mostly because when I was a younger lad, my Xbox 360, you know, got the red ring of death. I tried to turn that word in. I tried to turn red ring of death into a verb, and I got really confused. But yeah, it red ringed. Tried to replace it, and I tried to replace some part. Like I ordered a part all like online off eBay, and then ended up just snapping the motherboard in two. So now I don't trust myself with that kind of stuff anymore. Sound exciting. Also sounds like heck potentially. Why is it Duck accept you who's an XFCE? Oh, you know what? XFCE does look like that, doesn't it? XFCE, it is a mouse. I've never thought about that, but that is true. Internally, that's actually a chinchilla, Jordan, but yeah, but mainframes, I'm not sure how it's going to go. Because it's a mainframe at a big bank, I'm expecting that we're just going to be like blocked 90% of the time. So it's mostly just going to be like meetings talking about like whose fault it is. You know, spoilers, it's not our fault. All right, and then I guess I'll split my screen for now. Usually red rings are a result of poorly set thermal paste. Usually replacing the paste works. Yeah, something like that. I don't remember. That was like back when I was still in high school. Like I've been out of university for how many years? 4 years? 5 years? I graduated 2017. What year is it? 5 years? Roughly 5 years. And then that was like in junior year of high school. So it's 5 plus 4, 9 plus 2, 11. That was like 11 years ago. How old was I? I was in my mid-teens. So I don't know. All I know is I bought some stuff and it was like an emotionally scarring event. It was an emotionally scarring event that I never want to go through again. Although I have built my own PC before, but I had a trip sitter at that point. Everywhere. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't mind red tape as long as it's not like, as long as I have someone else to blame. Alright, so scan here. What do we want to scan? I guess we'll just scan the default search folder. I don't know why you would ever... Well, we can... I guess this almost implies that you can override this path, but... Yeah, it almost implies that the path is overridable, but it shouldn't. 2017, good times. Yeah, were they better times? What was 2017 like? That's how you know you're getting old. It's like, man, 5 years ago. I feel like a lot has happened between now and 2017. Mostly like, you know, something called there was a small virus that was ravaging the world, etc. Man, 2020 was just a bad year, wasn't it? Was it 2020? Like it started with wildfires, at least in the U.S. I'm U.S. centric, of course, but there were the wildfires in California, and then there was the pandemic. Weren't there like, oh yeah, and then there were the protests in all the cities as well. I remember. It's all coming back to me. I moved twice. In 2020 and 2021, I moved twice as well. Simpler times, at least, yeah. It's like 2016, but slightly less political controversy. Nice. Politics. Something that I am not super qualified to talk about. Unfortunately. Also, check this out now. You might like this. Is that for most of my, I guess, tool-centric applications, I have now implemented results and error for most of them. Mostly because I'm tired of having to I guess like handle errors like ad hoc everywhere. So now for everything that is not performance centric, it now returns a result. Also a little bit of Godot hack to hit it with a result error, a result okay. So this is config, no, this is not config manager. This is, this is not runner. This is a really long one. Bracing the dark side, yeah. Let's see. I'm just gonna copy my code from here. If you were here on Thursday, this might look similar, and that's because I am doing the exact same thing, except now I have a different design in mind. I'm not as mind-flooded. Oh, you know what I have been doing? Or I guess the correct answer to like, how have you been, is mostly just completely swamped by Elden Ring. What a good game. What a great game. You been doing any more Rust? I've been looking at C and Zig a lot more these days. Oh yeah. I was poking at Zig with Raylib. I was writing Pong in it somewhere. Yeah, Zig Pong. But there's no good language server for Zig, which makes it really annoying to write. Yeah, I'm not too much into C, though. I was looking into, was it CXX, which is a Rust library for like interrupt with just C libraries. So it's a lot, I guess, more precise than bindgen or cbindgen or whatever. Yeah, Raylib looks cool. Zig also looks cool, but linter, not very good. Or maybe not the linter, it's just the language tip. I need code completion pretty much for everything. I don't want to do another project without code completion ever again, after having to do that at work for so long. I've been taken in by the old ring. Elden Ring is very good, man. It's very good. 10 out of 10. I don't know if I call it a 10 out of 10, but maybe it's also because I cheesed it like really, really hard. So this is scan. I guess this, yeah, this is scan. Oh, this is just scan path. What am I doing? Scan path. I thought CXX was mainly for binding to C++ libs. I suppose it makes sense for C too. Yeah, it's meant for like, you can do two-way interop, which is the cool part. So I tried doing a little bit of that. For like primitive types, it's really easy. But for like actual structs, like passing structs to back and forth, I couldn't really figure it out. Mostly just ran into a lot of weird compile errors. So, you know what? What if we just didn't? Next. All right. So now, I think the current plan. Where am I looking at? Oh, it's here. So bum bum bum. Just click here. Check it out. 210 stars. Oh baby. Feels good. Let me see. This is not it. Docs, high level architecture. Okay, so I did a write-up here on GitHub. I didn't make a wiki because I didn't want it to be like super constrained or I guess locked into GitHub. Of course, this could easily be copy and pasted into GitHub wiki, but you know. So I think here, I'm still gonna follow this general pattern of a runtime loadable. So actually stayed away from interrupt for now, sounds like a bit of a headache. Oh, nice, congrats. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long journey. I've finally achieved my goal of writing a piece of software that doesn't cause like recruiters and interviewers to question my GitHub. I mean, they still question it because it's mostly all like Godot stuff and only like one Rust project, but you know, 200 plus stars, you know, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I also like don't make money from it, which is also nice. Yeah. But the reason why I was looking for into CXX, by the way, was I was trying to write a Godot module, but like entirely in Rust, and I wanted to see if that was possible. But GD native is always a bit easier, so I started doing that instead. Hard to question the star count? Of course. Of course. You know, GD scripts, people question it because they're like, I don't know GD scripts. You know, it's like he wrote like a lot of things in like game maker language. It's like, are you really programming or is this like drag and drop? But 210 people can't be wrong, right? We just won't mention that I'm one of the stars. Let me see. So if we're following this folder structure, roughly, so each folder contains, actually no, each folder does not contain a runner. Each folder is just a plugin, right? So the idea is that we'll go to resources. Resources, let me see. Resources contains everything that's loaded at runtime. So licenses are loaded at runtime. The GUI will still be loaded at runtime. Translations loaded at runtime. And then plugins, we're getting rid of runners, but plugins will also be loaded at runtime. And then each plugin will need to have an INI file that describes the type of plugin it is, which is defined here in type. You know what? I should probably start updating the docs as well in real time. Let's see, just so I don't forget, because I have a tendency to forget this stuff. Oh baby, and then we'll branch it out here. Ooh. So runtime loadables. So these are all the types. So a resource config is an INI file that describes how to handle the application. There are several fields. So what fields do I want then? There are several fields. There's general. I just realized you saw the pivot command. You gotta use it the most. Oh no. I also just remembered that I have the pivot command. If we're gonna pivot, let's pivot to playing Elden Ring. I had all the last week off, so I thought I was just gonna work on this application here. But instead what happened was I just played Elden Ring the entire time. I felt super unproductive, but at the same time, it felt so good. Not pivoting is something you'll like. Oh no. Oh no. So general, so we'll have a, what did I say that we'll have? And we're only taking gaming break or two or three. Yeah, it's just a gaming break for about 3 days, essentially. Name type override. So we'll have name, the canonical name of the plugin overall. Let's see. That's 42k points will spend to torture you. Gaming weekend. Gaming long weekend. Yeah, well, you know, the Elden Ring is a lot bigger. Like, I've seen it before, but I didn't believe it. I was like, there's no way this game is that big. And I gotta tell you, this game is that big. Like, it just keeps opening up. Like, the map 100% lies to you, by the way. Spoilers. The type of plugin this is. For each plugin this is for each plugin type, a new section is required to describe the type. Something like that. Still need to play it. For whatever reason, I've been more interested in making games. Hand on to that. Hold on to that while I can. There we go. Hang on to that. Yeah. It's fair enough. I thought for a long time I was the same way. But I just had to see for myself, like, if the hype was worth it, because it's the first time in a long time, right? Like, a game has come out that it's, one, been super duper hyped, or did I say two? It's, one, been super duper hyped, and two, has been, like, also, like, really good, reviewed really well, and plays really well. So I had to see it for myself. Oh, hello, Nino Mouse. Hello, how are you? Yeah, but that was a mistake, of course, was seeing if the hype was real, because the hype was real. It is also like a very difficult, it's like simultaneously a very difficult game and a very easy game. If you, I guess if you don't play it the hardcore way. So I've been using summons. Absolute resin. The resinous summons. Doing good. I'm working on some catches for a comment I'm working on with someone. Nice. I guess, are you, does that mean you're storyboarding it, essentially? Is that what they call it? Override. Oh, actually this override should not be here at this level. So this is not a general key anymore. Let me think. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It's my bot that's broken. It's not my it's not this app that's broken. My bot is currently broken, by the way. I don't know what's going on. I blame Golang. Not Godot, Golang. I think it's probably because I'm using the master branch of whatever Golang library I'm using. Or I'm not using master branch, but I'm using a specific commit that's tagged somewhere. I should probably update it at some point. But yeah, here we go. So there's name, the canonical name of the plugin overall. There's the type of plugin this is. For each plugin type, for each type, a new section is required to describe the type. Yeah, a new INI section. A new, and then we'll have a EG. I guess this can be like runner model, something like that, and that'll be your type. That's all I can think of though. Let me see. So possible folders. So I guess these are possible plugins, right? And then we need to check these to actually to find the real plugins. So what if we do file name? Like we need to like introspect into the same ones. What if, okay, so we can just reuse the same directory thing, or we can open up sub searches, I guess. So func scan plugin folder, something like that. So this will be path string return a result, because we don't need to be super fast with it. Return results. Okay. Still working on it. I'm doing sketches to get used to the Webtoon panels and trying to fit the stuff in a creative way. Here's a drawing I'm doing right now. Alright. Let's try. Hopefully there's no nudity. We'll look at it off screen really quickly. Their face is nude, but aren't most of us nude from the neck up? That looks good. I like that. It's looks very angry. Very angry lad. They're also bald like me. Is that me? OMG. So if directory open config. Or no, this is not config. This is, we're searching the path and we want to see if it's okay. Otherwise, let me see. Path open. Oh, I already have this. Okay, sick. So result error. One of these days I'll get back to game development, but not today. Possible plugins. Scan plugin folder. There we go. We'll have to check that later. Trying to do some scenery, a lot of detail on some panels. So are you like the, what do they call them? There's like the main artist, and then you're the, what is it called? I was reading a manga about writing manga, and they had a specific term for it, but I'm blanking on it right now. Alright, but we're looking for a config INI, config name. Oh, we don't need to. Yeah, okay, actually, this should not be directory, this should be file, so. Because we can just assume what it is. File open, and then this should be runtime, loadable, manager, config does not exist. One of these. So file open path, blah, blah. Then this one is too few arguments. So this needs to be file read. And then that's the full path that may or may not have a few too many. A few too many thingamajigs. What are they called? Forward slashes? Yeah. Config name though. So file open, all of this, path config name. We open it for reading, we're not going to be writing. Runtime loadable, blah blah. Yeah. You know, I was thinking about this last night, though. Mostly while I was just kind of, like, aimlessly wandering around in Elden Ring. It's like, man, I have, like, a lot of random knowledge that may or may not be correct, but mostly, like, entirely because I just, like, listen to, like, random video essays while I'm, like, doing other stuff. Like, a lot of the podcasts I used to listen to have all shut down, so now I'm like, man, I have nothing to listen to in my free time. Or not in my free time, in my work time. Or my active time, shall we say, because playing video games is not work time. But it's like I need to consume 2 forms of content at once, mostly because I waste so much time just kind of like doing nothing at all. So I gotta consume twice as much content in half the time then. That's how I've justified it to myself. Which inevitably kind of leads to me having like really patchy knowledge of a lot of things. Like not quite enough to be good at like trivia. But impressive enough to impress people who may or may not be, I guess, have any knowledge on the subject at all. So we open the config name and then we want to parse it. So then, looking at this, we create a config file. Or we create a new config file. So this is just an INI reader. So config is a config file. I'll just call this C because it's going to be a temporary variable that we will strip out all the data, or strip all the data out of, shall we say. So if C parse file get as text, it's not okay. And the thing that I'm referencing right now is the GD native runtime loader that I wrote, which mostly deals with the fact that if you want to link a GD native plugin to your application, it's kind of a pain, especially if you have a lot of classes in it. Let's see. So, if not, C has section config general. So here, we actually do want to fail because we do need the basic descriptor. According to this, we need to have several fields. We need to have name and type at the very least. I'll think of other fields or I'll add other fields as we come to them. So, but for now, these are the 2 basic ones. Mostly, I need one way to refer to the entire plugin, and 2, like a global way to know like what types to scan for, right? Or possibly, I don't need to even know what types we have. Maybe I could just read through. Yeah, actually, yeah. I really only need to have the type, or no, I only need the name, right? And then everything else is just, everything else I can just scan for. No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, what I was kind of imagining is that you would have a plugin and then that plugin has random folders inside of it, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe I still don't need to have type though. Maybe it can just be like other lines in the config file. God, I hate writing config files, but everything I work on seems to devolve into configuration. I'm setting up NVim is a pain, stuff not working. Well, are there any tutorials on how to set up because of how outdated they are? Well, it's because NeoVim doesn't really get like too many super game-changing changes to it, right? Like it's a pretty mature piece of software, right? Unless you're using like a weird modern fork of it. But NeoVim, if you just have Git installed, you'll automatically have Git bash. So if you go to, let's go OpenCV sheet, right? You can just go into Vim here, Vim VI improved, and you can do like hello world, etc., etc. One of those. So it's just kind of there. Missing general section. Yeah, I think we just need to have one config file. Just one config file, and then we don't need to have a type section. We'll just have everything. Yeah, we'll just have everything be in one config file, and then we'll just parse the rest of the sections. So then each section will need to have a type, but not necessarily a name, because then not an explicit name field. To refer to the plugin globally. Well, I never knew this. Yeah, I mean, I think you want to use the NeoVim runner for sure. Or I guess the standalone NeoVim stuff. Like, there's not too much to really set up, right? Like, Vim should just work, I think. Or NeoVim should just work since it's just a text editor. Unless you're trying to set it up as your default text editor, which might be kind of tough, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how things are on Windows. I just use Notepad++. I'm sure that isn't there like a Notepad++ Vim mode? Is there a Vim mode for Notepad++? Oh, maybe not. Or VI simulator, maybe. Yeah, you could, yeah, if you wanted to use like Vim style or VI style controls, but still have a very commonly used thing that has up-to-date tutorials, you could use whatever VI simulator this is. Or even for VS Code, there's a VI, like a Vim mode, I think. Yeah, Vim emulation for Visual Studio Code. I don't really care for it personally. You know, I'm more of a, I use Vim because I have to use Vim. It's either using Vim or using Nano. Emacs is not an option, but Emacs is also like very complicated. So then we'll grab the plugin name. So here we'll have known resources. No, this is not it. I think we should have probably just like plugin, right? So this needs to be, so there's a plugin trait, puppet trait, plugin trait. I don't know. Maybe this should just be like plugin, and then that plugin will describe. And that plugin will describe how it will be used, I guess. Let me see. I'm rethinking the entire design on the fly, which is kind of messing me up. So plugin trait, we probably don't need that, so we can delete that. Give that a save. So runtime loadables will need to have new scripts. We'll just call it plugin.gd. Plugin runtime loadable plugin. It's beautiful. Make that a reference. So it's a runtime loadable plugin. It's gonna be a long class name for sure. But I'm trying to avoid shadowing a very common file name in a lot of Godot projects. So here you can see that plugin.gd is just the default plugin name for Godot add-ons as well. Or the default runner entry point name for Godot plugins, which is kind of painful. When it comes to like making like plugins for the regular application. But yeah, I think I won't have any traits for, I guess, random plugins. So you'll have tracking backend, tracking data. That makes sense. These are interfaces because I can't make any assumptions about how I want that to work. But for Puppet and Runner, we're calling these traits because we can assume default implementations. Yeah, and then there just won't be any traits or interface objects for miscellaneous plugins. Yeah, because I guess those are completely custom, so it doesn't make any sense to have like setup or tear down functions. Yeah, okay. Okay, I like that. Good idea, me. Good job. So known resources, or I guess this should be var plugins, which will still be a dictionary, of course, but this will be a dictionary of plugin name, which is some sort of string to what is it called? Runtime loadable plugin. So plugin object, a pogo if you will, which is a runtime loadable plugin. So I've adopted this coding style for all dictionaries in Godot, just so I know what the type is supposed to be, so I don't get surprised. Let's see, so we look for all of these. Let me open this up on this other screen. So plugins. This is actually very similar to how this works as well, because this one has just libraries. But plugins, whatever the, okay, hold on. We'll do a few other checks. So see, is it get section? Is it get key? What is it? Is it get hey? Get value? Var plugin name. We can do this as C get value. So section will be config general. And then we're looking for, the key should be name. Otherwise, it'll just be empty. If plugin name empty, then we'll return another error, which is very Java style, very Java style error. Enums. Missing plugin name. Error code, whatever the heck this is. Otherwise, we'll just create the new plugins, or create a new field for the plugin. This will be equal to a runtime loadable plugin new. Runtime loadable plugin. Did I open that yet? No, I did not. Yeah, there we go. So this is basically a struct. Yeah, because there's no way that you can have maybe we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Okay. Okay. So what things do we have in here? So runtime loadable manager has a config file. Config file, what things do you have on? I'll just keep it on the other screen. So this is Godot config file. Give me the docs on this. I just need the methods open on another screen so I can flip between the two really easily. So get section keys. No, it's get sections so that we know what sections are available to us or what sections we should be looking for. And then each section needs to have a type associated with it. Yeah. So there's general. Other sections. Let's see. I guess we need to change this as well. So though there is only one required field. Something like that. I guess other. There's only one required field and section. Field, section, and field. Section and field, even though field and section flows off the tongue a lot better. So only one required section and field. General, boom, boom. Other sections will be regarded as other sections will be regarded as plugin functionality, or as describing plugin functionality, something like that, right? E.g. runner, model, etc. And then the required fields for other keys are, let me see. So you'll need to have a type which describes, let's see, the functionality of functionality of the plugin. I don't know, function, how do you describe this? So your plugin can have multiple pieces of functionality and then different entry points as well. So the intended use, or the intended, the intended type for the resource. So then e.g. runner, model, etc. Then you'll have entry points, which is very similar to how a Docker file works. The scripts to use, the relative path to the script to use. And so you can have multiple sections with many entry paths. This must be unique. Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, it must be unique unless the type is plugin, I guess. This is not true anymore, right? Since everything is now a plugin. Well, we could call it extension, right? If we just change everything, if we change it to extension, so now this is a Okay, hold on. So runtime loadables. Well, so we can change this to extensions, and then I just need to change pretty much everything else. So hold on. So runtime loadable manager, or I guess yeah, this is now like extension manager, right? So extension manager, and then extensions have. Yeah, I think that's probably a better name for it. It's also shorter. Extension manager, and then we can then use the plugin name. Yeah, so then this is now rename extensions. Oh geez, what happened? So runtime loadables, this should actually be renamed to extensions. And then this will be renamed to extension. All right, I probably need to reload the entire editor after this. Extension. Reload the project. Please don't crash. This happens sometimes. Reload the window. All right, so then change this to runtime loadables. This is now extensions, which means table of contents. So this is updates table of contents, something like that. Yeah, and then that means we can still have plugins, which are completely separate. How nice. Type is yeah. Runner. This should be lower case, but capitalizing the first letter might result a parsing error. Maybe, but I guess I can try to work around that. Extension manager. So extension manager, we have a few errors. This is now extension. Change this to extensions. Mostly because, you know, it's a collection of extensions that we have a pogo for. There we go. Okay, that feels a lot better. All right. Surprising how like naming something differently makes me feel a lot better about the implementation. My feng shui is all in order now. Now we can start. And then, so we have type, entry points, and that's pretty much it, I think. Yeah. And actually, let's do var ext. And at the very end, we can do extensions, not extends, extensions. Extensions name is equal to ext. So we'll hand it over, and there we go. All right, so extension. We'll do things, or I guess we'll start parsing each section, right? For I in C dot get sections. Beautiful. So what I want to do now I need to have like parse, or it's like parse extension, parse section. And then this is more like parse extension, really. So parse extension section. So section name, return results. Okay. I don't think we'll actually be returning results okay, but that's okay. Actually, we might be, yeah, you know what, it might be results okay. Yeah, because we can pass in the section name and along with the extension, calling it E, even though E is usually used for error, that's okay. So for I and C dot get sections, which is config file, get sections, which gets each section name. Now, if you want to get the keys in each section, there's get section keys. Yeah, I wonder if there's just like a built-in config, like INI file parser for each platform. Because I know that Python has, pretty much everything has an INI parser, even though most people don't use INI anymore, I think. People have really moved everything over to like JSON or YAML. So var results is equal to parse extension section, and then that's the section. Does this not return a result? Too few arguments. Oh, that's right. So we'll pass along the extension there. So fan INI style, but I'm okay using JSON too. I don't know. I prefer YAML. Even I prefer YAML for short things, but INI is okay. JSON is just kind of a pain to write by hand. Although I guess YAML is also, or no, JSON is the one that you're most likely to be the most correct in. Because JSON is very, very strict about what fields you can actually have, right? Because in JSON, if you have a string, it must have quotes. Whereas in some INI parser formats, I guess it's like you don't actually need quotes for all strings sometimes. And then YAML, you definitely do not need quotes, which makes it kind of hard. Whereas JSON, it's unambiguous. It's like the Java of, yeah, it's like the Java config files. It's verbose, it sucks to write, but you'll usually know what it's doing. That's pretty sweet. Yeah. The YAML files, like if you're ever doing any Kubernetes stuff, it's always a huge pain. Always a huge pain. Config file. So we'll pass this along and then pass along CI extension. There we go. Parsing JSON configs is quite a bit easier than the alternatives. Yeah, even like if you were to try to roll your own YAML parser, it's very difficult to do, right? Because there's so many ways to, you know, it's all basically around like how do you define a string and how do you define a Boolean in YAML? Because isn't YAML like sometimes like you can use yes or no, which is just, you can use yes or no in addition to true and false to define a Boolean, which makes it tough. Let's see, is it, has section key, yeah. If not, C has section key. So we're looking for type. All right, so hold on, this is extension manager. General keys. Oh, and this should be, I've seen that, I think. Yeah, it's horrible, right? Well, I think it's horrible. Like actually, like for the most recent project I was on, it was actually a requirement from the client to actually count using yes or no as an error in the linter we were writing. Because it's just tough. Like, it makes for a very readable config file, but then you have people that prefer using true and false. You have people that prefer using yes, no. I think you can also use 1 and 0 sometimes. Like, some YAML parsers will sometimes accept 1 or 0 as true and false, which is bizarre. Config, general keys, name, file, blah, blah. So we're just looking for stuff. Type we don't need. So it's really just name, but we'll keep the section there just in case. And then we'll have type, which is just type. Not sure what else we need. Well, we do need entry point, right? Yeah, 1.0 isn't fun either. Yeah, pretty much like anything YAML, it's not fun to parse. It's fun to write, but it's parsing it is just pain. Not C has section key. Config section keys type. Return I guess we can do for I in or for key in config section keys. Yeah, I'm all for all true false. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where JSON's really nice, right? Although I suppose you can kind of fudge it in JSON. Right, as long as you, like you could just have a field that is 1 or 0. It'll be parsed as a float, but then because it's like a, you know, there's no floating point error because you haven't multiplied it by anything yet, you could just use it like that. If C, not C has section key, so that's section name. Key, or no, it's section keys. I was gonna say we could instead grab all the section keys from the section and then try to compare against that. But then that might mess with this. Capitalizing the first letter might result in a parsing error. It will result in a parsing error, yeah. Because I don't know how you would grab the key without, and also just ignore the case. That's kind of tough to do. Because I also need to know what the section key is. So if not has C has section key, then we'll just return result error. So error code. So this is missing extension name. Extension name. Missing extension name. Runtime loadable manager. Missing extension section key. So luckily with how I've had this, or with how I have this set up, we can also do, we can pass along a description to this error. So, how do I want to do this? We'll just pass along the key, right? Config section keys key, one of these. Yeah, so we'll just we'll cease parsing the section, and actually we'll try to just bail out parsing the entire extension as is. So if R is error, then we'll just want to return, well, yeah, this is parse extension, so we'll bail out. And then here, if R is error, we'll do logger error R toString, because this implements toString. Pretty proud about I'm pretty proud of how I implemented the result thing here. It's probably a lot slower than just returning a tuple, but you know, that's okay. But yeah, if it's an error, then we'll just continue. Otherwise, yeah, actually these all just work implicitly. I guess the continue is not necessary. Although, yeah, we should just continue. We should continue just in case I add more logic here, or so it's explicit. We don't want to stop processing though. You'll just have a plugin that doesn't work. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then this is fine, blah, blah. Yeah. So the extension never gets set. And then we pause any other post-processing as well. Yeah, that feels good. So parse extension section, blah, blah. We check for all the required keys, which is right now just type in entry points. And then the rest kind of depends on what kind of thing we're expecting. So var extension type should be equal to a string. This is equal to C get value. C, well, no, it's not C get value, It's section name. Config section keys type. So we should have something there, or we'll just pass in the default. Actually, no, we just need to do it like this because we already checked to see if they're not there or not. So we can rely on this just existing. So we have the extension type. What do we use this for? I guess we could just match on the extension type since we've already verified that it's there. So match on this. We'll do this part first. Loadable manager, unhandled extension type. So we'll figure it out. So return result error code, whatever the heck this is, unhandled extension type. And because it's an error, I don't mind that it takes a little longer to handle. Otherwise, we'll have a few extension types. So section types, well, extension types. Let's see. What was it? So there's runner. Puppet. That's what I'm changing it to. Puppet, not model. Because model is confusing because it sounds a lot like just the model folder. tracker, GUI, and then plugin. Okay. So if it's a runner, puppet, whatever. Actually, yeah, if it's any of these besides plugin, we'll need to handle the entry point a bit differently. So what am I trying to do then? We have all of these files. So resources, runners, VRM. So we can move VRM to extensions, get rid of runners there. So there's VRM GD. So we'll have a config ini that describes it. Look at that, it's an ini file. So general name VRM, something like that. We can do it uppercase. And so for each one of these, we could just have like a, I don't know. The section names don't matter. It's actually just the type key that matters. So we'll call this runner. Yeah, so we'll match it to lower, of course. So that's okay. The section names are the only ones, well, the section names and the section keys are the only ones that matter, I think. But the section keys must be lowercase, I think. Is that what I was saying here? Oh, the types must also be lowercase as well, I think. Actually, no, section keys, yeah. This is fine. It can be whatever case you want it to be, because I'm already converting it to lower. It's just the section keys that must be consistent, but that's obvious, I suppose. Config section keys. Hey. Or it's not section keys, this is extension types. Extension types. So there's runner, which will be handled somehow. We'll think about it. Extension types. Puppet. Why is this one in a different color? That's a bit weird. Is Puppet different? No? I don't know. Weird. Extension types, tracker. Figure out the implementation for that. GUI. And then config. Let's see. Plugin. All right, so I already have, well, plugin doesn't need anything special, but everything else, well, I'm thinking, brain is trying to run at full capacity. I don't have anything for GUI yet, mostly because I still need to refactor the GUI into something that I can accept here. But Puppet I have a script for, runner I have a script for, so we can just make an assumption as to what kind of class it's going to be based off of this. So if you have a Puppet, it must extend Puppet traits so that we know what to use. Although you could also just ignore that. Yeah, let's just do it like this. There's a few assumptions that we'll have to make. Alright, let me switch my YouTube video. It's over. Okay. All right, so runner is the one that's easiest to test, so we'll do that for now. So we have a screen, we have a runner, a little bit entry points, a la Docker file. So this will be vrmgd. This must be a relative path. Otherwise, I'm not sure how it will work. Because if you provide an absolute path, it will not be redistributable. Yeah. So here, an extension will have just entry points, which must be some sort of string. So then there's your extension, blah, blah. I guess for all of these, there's always going to be an entry point, huh? So we can do e entry points is equal to c get value section name config dot section is a section t, yeah, section keys entry points. And actually it should be something like so I need the path. Yeah, I guess I should pass along the path as well, huh? Path string. Pass along this other path. Then we'll just construct the full path to the entry point here. Yeah, so it's path and then entry points. So it's okay if you write your entry points like it's okay if you write your entry point like this, prepended with a / even though that is totally incorrect. Or if you write your entry point like this, dot / vrmgd, I think that should still be fine, since like you can write a path like this. Like this is still technically a valid path. It is very weird to do though. You should avoid doing that, but just in case. Because all it is just a string of commands, I believe. So if you do like cd here, yeah, so you can do cd here, and then just do period / / something like that. Very weird but valid, yeah. And then you can also do this as well, just add a lot of slashes. So it's nice. It's nice that it doesn't break. So just in case your like path construction algorithm accidentally includes too many / or single dots, single periods, it will just work. That's something I didn't realize worked, actually, up until I started writing this application and realized I've been constructing the paths with an extra slash this entire time. And then sometimes with an extra period, I was like, wait a minute, isn't this wrong? And, oh, okay, like you can actually just do this. I've never tried that out. So it helped for that exact reason. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Like it makes sense. It makes sense for sure. Like the reason, like I knew that you could always do like, you know, like cd .. to go up a directory and then back into your directory and then go back. But it never occurred to me that you could also just like cd into your current directory over and over again. I'd never considered that. So forget they're including trailing slashes. Yeah, like me. Like yours truly. Like I knew about the, you know, you can go up a directory, back into the directory, up, and then back down. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see, that's your entry point, which is the full path. And then this path is this path should be the full path anyways. So scan path is the full path, blah, blah. Parse extension. Oh, and this is wrong. So this should be scan path. Boo, 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 scan path. With file name, yeah. And that's the directory. The directory houses the extension. And then this should be possible extensions. Just so I don't get confused. Realize I didn't update this part yet. All right. So there you have your entry points. And then, what else? What else? Oh, you know what? This isn't enough. Because you can possibly have multiple entry points per extension. Oh, no. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. Because I guess you could also have multiple plugins per extension as well, which is kind of bizarre. But it makes sense, right? An array. It could be an array of entry points, but I still need some way to associate. So in the config ini, right? So you'll have. What I'm trying to plan around is one. I mean, this should be. I don't know. Fairly open, so it's easy to extend. Or I guess it's fairly simple, so it's easy to understand. And then fairly open, because it'll allow you to have a lot of things all at once. But here is the thing that I've just realized I didn't plan for, right? So if you, right, so you have some sort of like lip sync thing, for example, which I actually do, but I'm not including it just yet. But what if you have like, you know, you'll have like open see face, right? And then this is, well, this, maybe not this, we'll have, what other plugins do I have? I don't know, like GIF and plugin. Then what happens? Like this is a hypothetical that will never come to pass. Well, GIF, I actually do have my own GIF plugin for Godot as well, but I haven't updated it recently. Like comment, yeah. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Maybe this should be like this should be basically a dictionary of multiple things, because you can have multiples. Like you can't have multiple runners for the same extension, but you can have multiple plugins. And then if you have multiple trackers defined, right? So you can have, say, like facial mocap. I hate how it's called facial mocap. Maybe I'm just being a weirdo, but that just freaks me out. So if you have like entry points, and then it's like ifmgd, which actually someone has made a thing for this already, but it's on a really old version of this. Here's the theoretical problem, is that you can also have something like this, like multiple trackers defined for this extension. Basically, because that's the plan, is that I just provide a default, and then if I want to add new ones, all I need to do is just write an extension, and that's it. So then I don't need to worry about changing too many of the internals. It should just work. Those in their own section should be fine. That's what I'm thinking though, because they extension, right? Like this is the entire extension, basically. And so this pogo, which is what I'm calling these now, this pogo should contain all the information about it. So I feel like this isn't correct. So this should be like extension name. So p extension name is equal to, this is not, that's not true. This one, x.extension name is equal to, I guess extension name. Something like that, just so we have some way to know what object we're working with. I suppose we could have like a subclass. Oh no. call it extension resource. So, you know, it's just dictionaries all the way down, essentially. So var resources, but this is not related to Godot's built-in resource type. Yeah, I guess we can do like class extension resource, one of these. But then yeah, I need to create new extension resources somehow. Or we can do like this, right? Class extension resource, right? And then this will contain var resource name, some sort of string, var entry points, also a string, but that's a relative path. And then we'll just have a public function on this called add resource, which will be the resource name, which is the section name. So resource name, and I guess just like data. Yeah, just data, which will be a dictionary. So add resource, void return, because there's not really a good reason for returning an error, I suppose. Unless you have the same thing twice. You know what? There we go. Result. There's one possible potential for an error is if you have the same section twice, then I should throw an error. Or if the section already exists, but I'm pretty sure that's not valid INI anyways. Like, you're not allowed to do like GIF and then like GIF again, but like of a different type. Like if you were to do like GIF puppets, entry points, whatever, you would need to refer to it under a different name, I think. Yeah. So let's not plan for that. So return results okay. If resources has resource name, then we'll return result error code. Let's see, where are all my errors? Where are all my errors? I found why NeoVim wasn't working. Pray tell, what was the problem? Extension, so this is extension resource already exists. One of these. Otherwise, we'll do using users config nvim. Isn't that usually what people do? For Windows subsystems and Linux, it's supposed to be, oh, you're using NeoVim in Windows subsystem for Linux. Don't you just have access to like, I'm assuming that you're using the default configuration for WSL. Don't you just have Vim by default? Isn't that how it works? Like, where is that not true? I'm assuming that you're using like the Ubuntu flavor. Yeah, like no, isn't like Vim is available on all recent distributions unless you're rolling your own custom WSL distro, right? So unless you've installed like Debian 6 or something, which that's pretty wild. No, so you don't have yeah, so you're using Ubuntu. Yeah, don't you just have like regular Vim as well? I don't know, I don't really have a Linux thing handy right now. I have Mac, but I'm not gonna it's not really the same thing. I think VI is available. I don't know about Vim. Well, isn't Vim just on modern distros, Vim is just included by default along with like usually Emacs, especially since it's Ubuntu, which is a user-focused distro. Like, I think if you're talking about Debian 6, I would believe it, because that's what I have to work with at work is like rel 7, which only has VI. Yeah. Oh, you do? Yeah. So NeoVim, what does NeoVim have over Vim? Isn't like NeoVim just supposed to be smaller? And it has a few fancy plugins available as well. But like Vim also just has regular support for plugins if you're using... I think when I was using plugins with Vim, I was using Contagion. Contagion, yeah. I was going to say Contagion, but Contagion. 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 So resources. So resource name is equal to extension resource. And then we need to have func init. So this is just going to be a struct. P resource name. P entry point. So resource name is equal to P resource name. But yeah, because of work, I no longer use plugins. As mentioned about 1,000,000 times. Because I've become like super... I've become super, super spoiled. Where I don't want to become super spoiled by like having all of the niceties and then having to go back to work with no niceties whatsoever. One of those things. So this is data. Let me see. So if we're doing it like this, we'll need to have data type data entry point, something like that. And there's not really anything else you need to do. Like we just need to describe the type and then the entry point, and then the rest should just be fine. And actually, we could change this to be... So this is now res name, res type, res entry point. So res type, also a string, because it's not actually like a type, it's like my own custom, or it's how I know how to handle it, shall we say. And Vim is more computing before used for extensibility and usability. Yeah, so it's, I guess it's just more flexible, I suppose. That's neat, I guess. Head on, get ready to work my game again. The rest of your stream is fun. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck on your game and all that. I too hope to work on a game one day. Once I am finally released from the shackles of VTuber software development, but I don't know, I think I'm coming up with some cool patterns anyways. With related to like save systems and potentially like modability as well, because I've never thought about how I would do mods, but I think if I was going to do mods in any game or any of my future games, I would use this pattern. You know, I swear this is a lot simpler than it looks. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly I want it to look. Yeah, trying to make a little C# project right now. Nice, nice. What are you making? Are you... I remember you were talking about... whatchamacallit? Ink. The narrative tool. Ink is pretty neat. I've considered making my own, mostly because I like the syntax of it, right? I think actually someone has already made their own ink-like thing for Godot as well. Yeah, I think the problem with Ink is that Ink is very, like, it has its own, like, programming language built into it as well. Like, you can program logic into Ink, which is bizarre. I don't think I would want to do that. Bar entry point. One of these. I'm trying to come up with some ideas for the project. I want to do it as an early thing for my portfolio. I think that's a good idea, right? Get your portfolio started early. So like, even if you're just wanting to become like an artist or whatever, let me search up someone who I guess is in a or was in a similar position as you. Yeah, this person. She got super popular because of her like she did game jam games, but she's also like an artist. I think she's also like way smarter than me as well because she works for like Google and all or whatever. But it's like graphic novel style things, but also she does all of her own arts. So it's really cool. So I think like even if you're just trying to go into graphic stuff, it could help you, because interactive art or having more skills is better than not having more skills, you know? Yeah, I wish I could draw like that. That's crazy. Her art's good. And the games, I played one of her games. I played one of the, was it a Ludum Dare game she made? It was like a, it was like all emotional and moody and stuff. I was like, wow, this is pretty sick. JavaScript and other stuff like 3JS, put my own artistic stuff in my portfolio. 3JS, pretty good. I think 3JS is the most common one, but I've also read that there's a lot of complaints about 3JS because it is like very old. Babylon JS is the newer one, which has other stuff for it. All right, hold on. I'm thinking about how to do this. So extension, add resource. Thinking. So we'll need to pass the section name as the resource name, pass the entry points. I want to do a Unity visual novel because I was inspired by her visual novels. Is she like popular in the artist community? I know almost nothing about her except that like, you know, sick art and also makes games. That's neat. Or makes their own games to go along with their art. So this is the entry point. Actually, this should go here. So config, section keys, type. Yeah, there we go. So there's your resource. And then here, we do need to... Actually, that's pretty much it, right? Yeah. That's pretty much it. All right, because I don't need to assign... Yeah, I don't need to assign anything to it. What we can do, var res is equal to this. And then if result is error, then return result. So bubble it up. Okay, that makes sense, I think. Let's push that. I like how this is coming. Oh, there's a lot of stuff I changed. Oh, geez. Git add. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I think you've heard of her, so that's probably good enough. Although, I don't know. I know nothing about other communities other than like the somewhat insular indie game dev community. There's too many things to keep track of. So let's see. Rework how plugins / extensions will work. Yeah, but visual novels are actually fairly easy. I was going to say trivial, but they're fairly easy compared to other things that you could be making. The only problem with the visual novel is that there's a lot more emphasis on the arts because there's not too much going on, right? So I almost feel like the more art or the less gameplay your game has, the more important it is to have good art assets, which can be tough. Yeah, but I think this is fine, actually. So then we'll have extension here. And then your extensions... Yeah, I guess your extensions just need to extend these files that I provide for you here. So there's puppet traits, runner trait, etc. Because those are how the default thing will work. I'm trying to envision how it'll work. My brain is not doing a great job of that though. And then in VR, all right, so there's your config ini, that's fine. But where is my VRM? She was very popular because of a game called Live Portrait. Oh yeah, I saw that as well, Live Portrait Maker. I've seen that as well. I've seen that as well. Okay. Okay. By the way, here's the moment of truth. Oh, geez. Moment of truth. Extension manager. Extension manager. Is equal to your extension manager. No. Yeah, so we have your extension manager. It loads in here, and then when we load it in, it will try to parse everything that's in your resources extensions folder. Extensions folder, and then of course we have just one, which is the VRM thingy. Then, yeah, actually, wasn't Live Portrait Maker, it went out of, I think I saw some news about that, right? Is that it was going out of supports because of something. Like there was some sort of issue with it, but I don't remember what. I don't know. Software development, that's tough. Always tough. All right, but here, this is the stuff. So runners, we have a top bar, but I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't think I need it. Say goodbye. But we'll just have runners, scroll container, and then all the views, shall we say, right? So let's rename this to runners. So it's runners. It's kind of a bad name, right? This actually needs to be runners as well. So let's change this. Boom, boom. Let's do onReady var. So this will be runners. I guess this is runners list, right? Runners list. So there's runners and then runners list. These. So this is a VBox container is equal to whatever the heck this is. And then you'll have your default viewer, but that's okay. Never heard about anything like that. Wasn't it? I don't know. We could just like stalk her timeline again, but or not again, but for the first time. I have better things to do than stalk people's timelines. Is it called a timeline? Feed? I'm getting old. I don't know what things are called anymore. What do you kids call it nowadays? Is it a timeline? Is it a Twitter feed? Is the feed just the regular? Is the Twitter feed like your homepage, but then you have a time? What does my Twitter look like? I mean I don't tweet, but there's me. Is this your feed? That's your home. I don't know. No, I don't stalk people. I have no reason to stalk people. You gotta understand that on the internet, no one knows that you're a dog. But also, it's like on the internet, like no one really cares who you are. You can be whatever you want. So like, even if you say that you're a girl, it's like, I don't know, you might not be. Or I'll just take you at your word for really, but there's like no way that we will ever meet up in real life. So like, why even try, right? Like, don't be weird about it. Like, there's no chance. So get over yourself. Like, that's why like I never understand. It's like, why do people like hit on other people that they have never met before, like in person? And I suppose it does work, right? Like, you always hear the stories of like some person gets catfish and then like fly out to some city to meet someone. It's like, what are you doing? That's crazy. That's crazy. So I guess we need to wait until like all these manager things need some way for, like, I need some way to tell if they are ready or not, right? So this is actually extension name. Sponsored by this dude, Divas Life. I want to try making an application like Docs or a note-taking application. I mean, luckily for you, those are pretty easy. Dev as Life. Oh no, don't play anything. That's pretty cool. 3D holographic terminal with Looking Glass. Yeah, I've heard of Looking Glass. I've heard of Looking Glass. Yeah, but it's not hard, right? A note-taking application, pretty easy. I can make that in about an hour with Godot, depending on how complicated you want to get. If we're talking like just the basics, I can do that in about an hour. So it's just like a single list, gives you a list of options, and then there's like a plus sign or whatever that you click on it. Brings you to a new note screen. You start typing. You click on the back button. It kicks you back out to the total screen. It's very simple. I was working on a note application. It's not really a note-taking application. It's more like a mind mapping application that kind of functions how I think about things. Whereas like I kind of suffer from the psychological thing of like, whenever I look at something new, or like it's like the feeling of when you walk into a new room, you just forget what you're doing. That happens to me a lot. It's like, what if I just do something that kind of like doubles down on that? So like, it's like a mind mapping application, but instead of having the thought bubbles, right? Instead of having all the bubbles everywhere, it's just like page based, so you can tunnel down further and further into your mind map, page by page almost. So it's like almost like an infinite rabbit hole of just pages that can link to other pages. So it does kind of sound like a really, really badly put together website. But I mean, that's kind of like the rabbit hole of Wikipedia, right? And then of course, then you can always explode it back out to like a node-based view. So I was working on that for a little bit, but didn't really pan out. Yeah, because that's kind of that's how I like to work, at least. Is like to get lost in a rabbit hole and then just keep following the thread, see where it takes us. So let's see, set up is set up. So false, and then is set up is equal to true. So we just need to wait until or finish scanning. And then for here, we need to do while AMEM is set up. So while not is set up, we'll just yield for get tree idle frame. So yeah, so we'll just kind of wait, right? Until it's done scanning. And then for all the other extensions, we should probably have the same thing. Or not the extensions, but the other stuff. So for configuration, we also need to wait. Bar is set up. So false. And then here, we need to load the metadata and all that stuff, right? So is set up is equal to true. So it might be nice to have these like extend like a base manager that just has a few. Oh no, I'm thinking about it. He's doing it. Oh no. He's going too deep. Base manager. Or I guess it's like an abstract manager, right? But that's fine. We'll call it abstract manager, right? Class name, abstract manager. Always need to assign a class name here in Godot, otherwise it doesn't get registered with Godot. All right, so each manager has this, and I guess each manager will also have a logger. And then we can have func init void bum set up logger. So logger equals logger new abstract manager. And then we'll immediately log out. So logger error using default logger for, let's see, is it get, isn't there like some way to get a resource? No. Is it get script, get path? Get script, isn't it a resource? So you're able to introspect on the, yeah, resource path. Or a resource name, right? Resource name. Something like that. And so here, we can then change all of these, except for app manager, of course. App manager is the global manager, so we should not be overriding anything for that. But this is extends abstract manager, something like that. This is now invalid. But then this is also invalid. Boom, boom. Then I suppose this is more of a built-in, right? So set up logger, logger config manager, we'll close that. Extension manager, we need to do the same thing roughly, right? So abstract manager. Suppose this is like a built-in. One more, which is the pub sub. Pub sub. Pub sub is does not have manager in the name, but it's still a manager, if you will. func init. So is setup is true. We also need to do this setup logger. This is now pub sub. One of these, and then that's always called implicitly by every one of these. Okay. Besides app manager, of course, because app manager must be a node. So it's like it's not one of the sub managers. Okay. So extension manager. This should be abstract manager. Get rid of this. Get rid of is setup. There we go. Beautiful. What other managers do we have? So we have pub sub, extension config, and that's really all that I've defined so far. I have the other managers, but I still need, the only one that I really want to include here is the notification manager. Everything else should be available as an extension, essentially. So they need to be initialized after extension manager. So these must be, actually no. I suppose afterwards they will, I'll have to think about that. I'll have to think about that. So it's like read list of, well, no, the extension manager will just add the rest of the managers to app manager, I guess. Something like that. We'll think about it. But landing screen. So while not EM is set up, so while not AM, EM, and, or while not it's set up, yeah, something like that. Okay, so we can have a thing here, which is like func is singleton, or I guess is manager ready. Then this will pass in manager name. Returns a bool. So if get manager name, I guess it's just return get manager name. Well, return get manager name is not equal to null. Yeah, something like that. I think the big problem with that is that it then turns it into, it's now very, oh, hello, Casper Dragon Wolf. Casper, the friendly dragon wolf. How are you doing today? Right now, I'm still working on rewriting this application. I said I was going to get it done. I was going to try to get it done by last Friday, but got distracted by ye old Elden Rings. Let's see, if manager name, hold on, if get manager name is not null, if the last speech for Godot manager to release Godot manager, oh baby. That's your external manager application that you wrote in C#, right? You're the one that was working on that thing? If get manager name is not null, then we'll want to check to see if get manager name, I mean, this is going to be a very slow process, but that's okay, is set up. I guess we can do this as an and, right? Yeah, not null and So m is equal to manager name. So while m, or return m is not null and m is set up. Yeah, something like that. The last feature to written is to update itself. Okay. So will it be like pulling code from somewhere, from GitHub? How would you would need to have like a, I guess either like like an extension system, like I'm kind of building for this. So you have some code that's hot loaded, or I guess you would need to have like a wrapper around itself, right? So you can update in place. So the wrapper updates the actual application, and then the actual application can update the wrapper. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you would update things in place. Although I've never tried either, so maybe I'm not qualified to talk about that. All right, so get that, and then in landing screen, I have a CI set up to build everything up. Every time I tag a release. Yeah, so then you check against GitHub releases, right? But then how would you, while the application is running itself, like while it's running, right? It downloads from GitHub releases, but then how does it replace itself? Because you can't move the application while it's running, right? Or I guess you could, maybe? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not familiar with how to update in place. This is not something I've had to do. Is manager ready? EM. So we're looking for the extension manager. Yep. Okay, so like your application just checks against GitHub releases and then just deletes itself and then puts the new one in place. Yeah. I didn't think that you could do that. Yeah. So how would you do that? I assumed that you would do something like so you would have like the wrapper, and then you would have the actual application. And so the wrapper like updates the application and then also pulls new releases, something like that. And then the actual application can update the wrapper after the fact. A new release or something like that, right? So you would need to have like two different executables essentially. Is that how you're doing it? That's how I would do it. But is there a better way to update in place? Or is what you're actually doing is that your application just has some files that are loaded at runtime? Small C# app to simply be launched. Godot manager exits. Updated runs. Yeah, okay, so you have a wrapper. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you're using a wrapper. Neat. That's how I would do it. Good to know that I would not have been wrong if I did things like that. Okay, so let's. And I guess don't mind needle mouse. They're in need of a good bop, if you will. Bop. There we go. Horny in Maine. That's a bop. And not a bop as in like it's a banger. Let's see. Let's see. How would I do this then? So extension manager. So we have a bunch of extensions. So we can iterate through every single extension and then look for runners. Yeah, okay. So each extension we can have extension. Okay, I guess I'll need to just have fields and like categorize them, right? So var. Yeah, okay. So going back to this. Yeah, the hard part about what I'm doing is that I need to runtime load things, so I don't know exactly what I'll have. All I know is that they may or may not exist. So this will be, okay, so resources, this is name, some sort of string, to extension resource, which is it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Which is equivalent to one section from the config ini file, whereas runners, this is, like you won't have more than one runner, I suppose. Otherwise, that's incorrect. I guess this is more like it points towards the runner name. Yeah. So this is runner name. And then I guess we'll just have to have a bunch of checks, right? So if res type is equal to runner. Okay, there's a few things. So extension resource already exists. Duplicate runner. So you cannot have more than one runner. Otherwise, I'm not sure how it will work. Well, I suppose you could have more than one runner, right? You could have more than one runner. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's probably fine. You can have more than one runner. That's okay. It does complicate things, but that's fine. I'm not known for my good ideas, I suppose. So resources name. So there's your runners. You have your puppets, which is, these are all the same thing, essentially. So this is just a puppet name, which is a string to a resources name. Just so I know. Well, actually, these just need to be runner names, right? Yeah, these are all just resources names. Resource name. Something like that, right? So then we'll have tracker, GUI, and plugin. 1, 2, 3. So trackers, you can have GUIs, and then plugins. So you have many resource types, and then match based off of the resource type. And then here, don't I do a check to see? I suppose the type will just do 2 lower. That's fine. 2 lower, because we can guarantee that it exists. If resources has resource name, shall we say? Not resource type. So match on resource type. There are a few types that we could have. And then this is extension manager, config. Oh no, okay, hold on. Extension types, runner. Oh no. It's already starting to turn into spaghetti. Let's move this out to global constants. Let me see, global constants, where are we at? Custom types. Ignore properties. That's fine. Const extension types. So then you'll have pretty much everything here. So let's move this over. So these aren't file extensions. These are just actual, just regular extensions. Give that a save. So now we need to access extension types. Oh, actually, we don't need any extension types here, right? Yeah. Now we just need to match against global constants, extension types, and then based off the type, we can assign it to whatever, right? So runner. So runners append res name. And then we'll do the same thing for every other extension type, just so that we know how to classify them and access them later. Why is Puppet in red? And where does Puppet? What is Puppet? Oh, Puppet is a reserved word. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Let's not worry about it too much. Trackers append res name GUI append res name plugin. Yeah, there we go. And then I guess this one is just like unhandled extension type. Extension, whatever, unhandled extension type. Return result. Oh geez, result error code, whatever the heck this is. There we go. And then this is what we've been building up to. Is here landing screen. I don't know why I'm just doing this in Godot, but we're doing it. So for I in am em or em dot extensions dot keys. It's kind of gross. So this is now a key, by the way. Suppose I could make that a lot nicer. Func. Let's see. Get runners, and I'll just be like a wrapper. So this will return an array of something. Var r is equal to just a new array. Return r. And then for key in extensions dot keys. Beautiful. We'll do r dot append array extensions key runners, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, actually there is a way to do the updates in place. Yeah, well, I think if it's written in Godot and GD scripts, like GD script is interpreted, so you could just run it in place. As long as your GD script is not packed into your pack file, which is how I'm doing it. Or it's not kind of how I'm doing it. It's because of requirements on one of the things I want to include with this application. Since the license cannot be MIT, it must be under a different license. Yeah, Yeah, so this can be like func get extension get field from extensions. So this is some sort of field that's a string, where it's like query extensions almost. Query extensions for field, where the field is some sort of string, returns an array, and then if yeah, I guess we'll just do var r. In that way, there's a way to do it. All you have to do is rename the running file to something different, extract the new version, and close out. Relaunch it so when the new version is running, it checks for the rename file and deletes it. Can you I don't think you can rename a file though when it's still running, right? Or is that valid? I've never tried. But I don't think you can rename a running file while it's still running. Yeah, unless, yeah, can you do it? I've never tried it, so. It doesn't really make sense to me though. You just can't modify the actual executable? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I suppose that does make sense, right? Because the name of the file is just the name, I suppose. It doesn't actually have any bearing on the actual code that's being executed. Of course, you might get some weird... You might get some weird things happening if you overuse that pattern too much, I suppose, since sometimes your application might be looking for itself to kind of anchor itself or writing a file or whatever. Human representable entering the file system direction, right? Yeah, probably. Makes sense to me, I suppose. So var extension. So this should be an extension equals extensions key. And then we'll do var value is equal to ext get field. Then we'll match on value, or no, if value is null, then we'll just return an empty value. I suppose we should also log error invalid field, boom, for extension object. Well, of course, test it in C# and Godot both GDScript and C# to ensure it will work. If I decide this is the way I'll do it. Yeah, that's fair enough. Or you could just send it. You could just send it like I usually do it. Who needs testing? That's what the users are for. Yeah, I think the wrapper methodology makes more sense to me. I think it's the reason why like a lot of applications actually have a launcher as well, is because you need some way to update the application in place without it currently running, right? Like otherwise, I think a lot more applications would do the rename in place, right? That's what I think, but I don't know. You know, one simple trick to enhance your updating of applications in place. Software developers hate them. Match value. So if it's type, or no, it's not match value, it's match type of value. Yeah, but I think honestly, like talking about C# is like I have kind of just given up on doing it. I think if I want to do, if I need the performance or I need like the typing, I think I would rather just write Rust And I even wrote this little library here, the GD native runtime loader. Because it generates all of the GD native objects for you at runtime. So like it's just slightly more convenient to use. Yeah, otherwise, I don't know. I like the flexibility of GD script. It is kind of painful when working with too many classes like I'm doing, but you know, so it goes. To thine own self be true, you know. If you grow up with a Python, then you kind of all in on Python at that point. I just find it easier to reason around Python style syntax. Rust is also okay. R append array value. I guess otherwise it's like, yeah. Value, I guess a type of value. Well, it doesn't matter, right? We can just do if type of value is equal to type array, r append array, because we want to destructure the array into its individual parts. Yeah, if it's an array, we'll want to append array, otherwise we'll just do append value. Beautiful. Yeah, there we go. So query extensions for field. It's a bit gross since it's based off a string access, but whatever. Here we'll do for I in am at manager em dot query extensions for field, and then we're looking for runners. So let's think about this. Extension manager doesn't appear to be just available. Did I call it something different? Why is it so cold here? Ugh. Why is it so cold? I hate that it's warming up because actually I feel like it's actually colder in my place now. When it is cold weather, everyone else just runs their heaters. So I live apartment style, so I don't really have to worry too much about heat. Alright, so extensions, landing screen. So we'll do for I in query extensions for field runners. So this will give me the field. And then if it's an array, which in most cases it will be, we can do actually for inner value. Yeah, for inner value in, or for inner key, I suppose. So this is, we're going many layers deep. For inner key in extension and then here we can assume what it is, right? So resources dot keys. So we have many values, right? And then we can just pick out every single value. Or no, we can do for, I guess, inner key in value, because this is an array, right? So for inner key in value, we'll grab the extension resources inner key, and then we'll append array with that value. Yeah. Right? And then that'll give me an extension resource. Yeah, should return extension resource. one of these. Then here, this should be giving me extension resources, and now we can grab the resource name and then the entry points from that. So var button is a button. So then button dot name is equal to I dot resource name. That's what I'm calling it, right? Resource name. It's kind of mimicking the built-in Godot resource name, so but it's not actually shadowing because it's not a resource. And then we can do func on runner button pressed. So this will be entry point path. All right, so here's how we're going to do it. Here's the lambda essentially, right? So we'll do button connect pressed on runner button, can't type, pressed. Oh, it needs to be self. Sorry, I missed one, self. And then this will be I dot resource entry point. Right? I spelled that correctly? Resource entry point. Oh. I feel like I'm losing my ability to read. Right, and then we'll do runners add child button. Something like that. So there will always be the default one. That shouldn't change too much, but then we'll also have the, I guess, associated runners as well. So on runner button pressed, we'll do, I don't know, let's just print for now. Print the entry point path. So let's see, hopefully this should just work. So load metadata. And base nil. So config manager extends abstract manager. Does it not run the abstract? Oh, I didn't do this yet. Setup logger. Sorry. Run me. Assert false. Okay, so error code 20. That's good. Runtime loadable manager missing extension section key description type. Makes sense. Okay. Missing extension section key type. Is this true? Yeah, so we have a few errors, that's fine. I gotta think about that. So the parser is wrong. And the error was at 269, nice. So error log2 string or R2 string. So for parse extension, and then that was missing section key. So it was missing a key called type an entry point, type entry point, type entry point, type entry point. Oh, it's probably scanning general, wasn't it? It was probably scanning general. So here, parse extension, yeah. So if I is equal to, let me see, what would I call it? Config general. Then we'll just continue really quickly. Yeah, there we go. That was probably the error. No. Cannot convert argument 3 from nil to string. So what is some of these? So path, that's the full path. Config section keys. Oh, section keys. Has that changed? Extension manager, section keys. No. Extension manager. Right? Yeah. Section keys, entry points, entry points. Is that not true? What was the error? So in extension, resource entry points, parse extension, add resource, c.getValue. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, never mind. Here. That should be correct. Yeah, one more time. Whoa, okay. So, invalid type in function in append array. Oh, okay. Then this is just append, right? There we go. So that we don't have a name, which is unfortunate. What does that mean then? I also realize I'm writing this without tests once again, which is unfortunate. So tracker, null, that makes sense. Notification manager, null. EM. We have a logger, we have extension size 1, VRM, which has 5 resources, yeah. These are all the things. Screen. So resource name, resource type runner, and then it has all these various paths for entry points. Did I just call it entry point? Am I stupid? No. Well, I mean, yeah. So that's wrong. Runners list. So this is. Oh, I set the wrong field. I see. So in landing screen, button name, sure, and then the button text should also be that. So button text is equal to I resource name, something like that, right? So then that should parse correctly. There's your screen, because that's just what it's called. So we can call this VRM runner. I think this will also work if you do it like that. It's a bit weird. Yeah, you could do it like that. The entry point is being set incorrectly. So let's see, extension resource. So the entry point I'm passing is invalid. Where is it? Config section keys. Oh, this is where I need to do c.getValue section name, config this thing, and then we can assume that it exists like that. So we go into here, we can click on it, and then we see that. There we go. It gives me the full path. Resources, extensions, VRM, VRMGD. Okay, cool. But for now, that doesn't actually do anything. Oh, this is so bright. Okay. So that's good to know that this is working. Now I just need to hook up the button to make sure that it functions. So here we have the entry point path. So we can do something like get tree, change scene to entry point path. Actually, does change scene? I've never tried this before. But does change scene? Does change scene just take random resources? Because this is a .gd file. Like, I suppose you could pass in a string. Yeah, you know what? It's loaded into a pack scene, so that's kind of a problem. I need some way to like destroy the current scene. I need some way to destroy the current scene and then load something new in its place, if that makes sense. Let me think. So what does scene tree have? Does scene tree have some way to Define the current scene. Yeah, it does. Current scene. So I can do this in kind of a sneaky way. Yeah, I can do this kind of sneakily, right? So landing screen. Here's what we're going to do. We're not going to use change scene because entry point path is not guaranteed to be a valid thingy. But this is just the runner, right? And then we'll load entry point path. Because I can't guarantee that this will be a packed scene. It could just be a script, which mine is. Or mine is. Actually, default model viewer path. Hold on. What did I set that to? Global constants. All right, give me this. Global constants. All right, so that is a text scene. So if I change this to a .gd, which I know does exist. Yeah, so this is not actually dependent upon anything at all. Yeah. Yeah, this just extends the runner trait. So it should be a node. So if I run this again. Okay. Is it throwing an error or what's going on? This is not the right command window. Did I do that wrong or what? Landing screen, default model viewer path. All right, let me have both of these up at the same time. Default model viewer, and then we'll open up global constants. So if you do default model viewer path, that thing, and then default model, no, that's default model viewer. We need the landing screen, because landing screen must be one of the built-ins. Okay, so you can't change scene to a script. That makes sense. But if we do something like this, so var runner, we'll just do this as a test. We'll load in the default model viewer path, create a new instance of it, and then we can change scene to something like that. Change scene to runner, something. I think that'll work, right? So we do. It kind of works. Kind of works. It's only a node though, which is kind of painful. Let me think. Oh, it's because when I attached it to the... Okay. I see. It's because when I attached it to the model viewer, right? The model viewer... Oh, actually, hold on. If that's all it is, well, no, because, your parent's thingy doesn't need to be a... Oh, the runner trait, this is a spatial. Oh, but there's no camera? That's why? So if you just load in this screen by itself, there's no camera. So, let me see. What is this transform? We'll just grab these values and then slap them into there. So for all of these, we'll add child, camera new. All right, hold on. Var camera is equal to camera new, and then afterwards we'll add child camera, right? Then var camera current true, camera transform dot origin is equal to vector 3. Oh, I guess we could just translate it back. That'll also work. Translate, what is it? Offset vector 3 0 dot 0 0 dot 0. I think it's 3 dot 0. That should be fine. What else? I guess the FOV. Nah, I won't mess with the FOV. Oh, send it. We are missing the directional light as well, but we'll figure it out. Default viewer, nothing. What do we have here? Oh, nothing. That's good. So what happened? Shouldn't change screen to, or change scene to. Oh, it needs a pack scene. Oh. It needs a pack scene. Is there a way to change the scene using the scene tree just directly? Okay, let's try this. So get tree. Current scene is equal to runner. And then self queue free, I suppose. No. All right, this is different though. We have a few errors. That's good. So condition. What do you have? I mean, that's it. Condition parent scene and parent scene get parent is not root is true. Hey, what is this? I've never seen that error before. Let's see, Godot. Let's see, we'll check out the 3.4 branch. That was in scene main scene tree. Scene main scene tree. 12.4.6, pretty far down. 12.4.6, so set current scene. I mean, yeah. Set current scene. I mean, where is this used? Hey. Is this not how that works? Or is this just, oh, this is just a setter getter. Oh. I could have sworn I've seen something about how to change this too without requiring a path. Oh, does this mean change scene is also exposed because it's in the bind methods? So I could just call this. Yeah, can't I just do this then? Isn't this how this works? So you could do get tree change scene. Yeah, there we go, a hidden function. I don't think this is documented. Yeah, this is not documented. Oh baby. He's done it. Send it. Ooh, hard crash. Object was freed or unreferenced while a signal is being emitted from it. Okay, maybe it's not a good idea to maybe it's not a good idea to call the hidden function. Yeah, that's probably fair. It is like somewhat surprising how many like hidden functions there are, or I guess undocumented functions. But they're still technically exposed to GDScript. Although, because of that, it is also fair that they don't work how I think they work. Even though I am just looking at the implementation right now. So what does this do? Mem delete current scene. Current scene is now a null pointer. If we're quitting, blah blah, prevent memory leak. So you memory leak the parameter 2. So I am creating a new runner. So if parameter 2, that should have worked, actually. Loaded Godot scene. Who's right? Wait, who? Loaded Godot scene. Wait a minute. Who was? This isn't right. Loaded Godot scene? Excuse me? Was that me? Debug default model viewer. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. But this should actually be using the logger for the runner traits, actually. Yeah, okay. So logger, we should all be using the built-in logger here. So AM logger needs to be changed to just regular logger. So let's look for AM logger. Yeah. Since these should be defined for the current thingy. Just so I don't get confused as to where these error messages are coming from. Beautiful. I'm pretty sure this will break again as soon as I do this, but let me see. Why do these connect twice? Signal, apply. I think this one, object was free to reference while a signal was being emitted from it. Try connecting to the signal using finished. But hold on. If I just run this normally, this is fine. Then I hit default viewer and we just kind of crash immediately. Okay, that's good. Objects, it's freed or unreferenced while a signal is being emitted from it. I suppose I could remove child self or get, I gotta think. There's a few ways around this. We could do, I don't think I should be using this. So we can do get tree, root, remove child self. And then we can also do get tree, root, add child, runner. Then get tree current scene is equal to runner. Then we'll just queue free ourselves. Maybe. That seems better. Ah. Okay. Maybe in the the opposite order. Hold on. If we're also doing the opposite order, then we need to do this before we remove child entirely. So boom, boom. Hey, only 5 errors. Beautiful. What are the other 5 errors? Oh, not all of these are errors, actually. So okay. So then what is the call stack here? Because I'm apparently not calling this correctly. Oh, I should be listening to, or I should be handling these. So this is default model viewer. This appears to actually be working, which is also pretty cool. It also appears to run twice because default model viewer implements runner traits. Oh yeah, so runner trait is also running its own like config thing. And also it's setup config. Why are these in setup config? So setup config, bum bum. Okay, so these I don't need. So take these out. We can add a default camera as well. But because of how I want this to work, it's supposed to be extremely extensible. So if you don't want the like setup config stuff, you don't need to use it. Yeah. I think the harder part. Actually, does this need to be a spatial? No, now I'm thinking, hold on. Undo me. Don't change anything here. You gotta change classes inside of Godot, otherwise Godot will get very confused. So this is runner trait. So model, extensions, runner trait. So we kind of dog food our own code as well, which is good. So if you do this, what happens? Okay, cool. So what's actually happening is this is just a node that happens to have 3D objects inside of it. Okay, sick. It's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, so now what's happening is that we're now runtime loading pretty much everything, which is kind of weird. It is like very painful though that I have to do it like this. So we have to load in the file, call .new on it, add the child to roots, set the current scene to the current runner, and then remove yourself and then queue free yourself as well. Because I can't use the built-in change scene functionality or change scene 2, right? Because I can't guarantee that these files will be packed scenes. Sometimes they'll just be pure GD scripts. Like this default model viewer is pure GD scripts. So you can see here that we're loading in default model viewer path. I suppose I should change it to default model runner path. Or I guess default runner path, right? Default runner path, and then this is the default runner path. So it's a bit weird for sure. So we'll call this like change screen to, I guess it's like run runner. run the runner, and then we'll just have a path, which is a full resource path. Returns void. So then we'll do var runner. So this should be pretty much anything, right? Just pass in a path. And then we'll match the type. So match, or no, if runner is script, I suppose. Well, no, if runner is pack scene, then we'll do runner is equal to runner.instance. So we'll reuse the variable. Else runner equals runner new. And then we'll do all of this stuff. It's kind of weird. I think it'll work though. Run runner. Run runner. And then actually we can do this as well. So we'll always have the default viewer, but then we can connect it like this. So connect. And then we want to use all of these. Boom, boom. So this will be this thing, right? So we don't need this code anymore. So now the logic looks very, very similar. So this is unnecessary. And then we will just run runner entry point path, right? Beautiful. So then we can do default runner. It all loads in correctly. There's no way to go back so far, and there's no GUI implemented. VRM runner. VRM runner does not implement. Okay, hold on. Default model viewer. Hold on, we're getting there. We're getting there. Default model viewer, VRM runner. VRM runner needs to have all of this stuff. I guess we can add a class to this as well. So we'll call this, we'll change this name as well. So default model viewer. Let's get rid of the text scene, say goodbye. So now it's just a script. So rename default runner. What is this? Default runner. I guess we'll just give that a save. Oh, the text scene is still open. Oh, I see. Remove. Default model viewer. Starting to run into load issues, but that's okay. There's your default model runner, and then we can give this a name. So class name, so default runner. And then for VRM, whatever, so VRM GD, this is like the VRM runner, if you will. This will extend default runner. So if you need more fine-grained stuff, right? If you need more fine-grained control, then you can just extend the runner trait instead. Yeah, so VRM, if we take out the implementation of VRM here, let's not get too weird with it. Get rid of this. VRM, VRM loader can all go goodbye. Then in VRM, this should be valid again. Did I not save this? Give me a reload. This also happens sometimes. It's having performance anxiety. Retry me. Might have to just reload the entire thingy. Please. It's not defined in a parent thingy. Is it? I don't think so. Is it in runner trait? No. Default model viewer. It's not defined here. All right, I guess we'll just hit it with a full restart just in case. So open cface GD. Open this up as well. Run through like a million errors. That's okay. Really? Parent class. Oh, it didn't actually load it in, or it didn't actually comment it out. Logger isn't defined in the current scope. Now, is that true? Default runner trait has a logger. It is technically in the current scope. It's a few scopes down, for sure. Right, because this extends runner trait. Oh, just give me a run. All right, okay, it's breaking because of this. And then this is in default runner. I don't know, something got stuck. I don't know. That happens sometimes. Okay, cool. So the VRM. Yeah, okay, there we go. So here we go. VRM runner works. So now let's try loading in just Alicia. So we'll pass a path to there as a test just to see if it works. Give me a restart, and then VRM GD. Now we need to look at the default model viewer because we are extending that. Okay. So private functions, there's try load model. I think this seems fine. Runner trait, I think also just has this though. Oh, actually, try load model should be handled by the trait instead of just overwriting it. Yeah, okay, so let's do, there's setups. These are all kind of virtual functions. virtual function that sets up the local logger. Virtual function that sets up commonly used values. Config connections, shall we say? Func setup scene. Okay, there we go. And then we'll do, so we'll set up the logger, set up config, and then set up scene. Right, and then here we'll override. I guess we'll have to override a few things. So set up logger. Logger equals logger new. Oh, this actually doesn't exist. Don't save. It should be default runner, not default model viewer. Been looking at the wrong thing. So default model viewer, just to give that a quick delete. Let's reload it. Ugh, every time. Open cpace. Retry me, reload me. Okay, I think we're fine. So default runner. So we need to pretty much get rid of this entire thing, right? And so then func set up logger. So logger is equal to default runner. One of these doesn't have a logger attached to it just yet, so this is good. Set up config does not need to be overridden. But we can explicitly call the super function anyways. Then func set up scene. And we can move all of this into the setup function. Yeah, one of these. So then you don't need anything in the ready function. Something like that. Then the only thing that you need to define is physics process. And actually, because these are all kind of technically built-ins, we can move these over here. Yeah, look at that. So setup scene, and then here in VRM, the only thing that we need to do is call override setup logger. Load VRM should be loaded into the standard stuff, and then in setup scene, we can start to get fancy with it. So we can call the part of the setup scene, or we can just override most of it, right? So setup scene. So we're overriding this one, but we're going to be using most of it anyways. So we'll just copy and paste, really. Except here, we'll pass in. There is your default model path. We'll pass in assets VRM model. Grab this, and then change the file extension to VRM. Let's give this a try. So default viewer, that should still... Non-existent function exists in base file. Hey. Or file exists, right? File. Is it file exists? Path exists? File exists, yeah, all right. Let me just test the default runner, because I didn't realize I was not using the runner traits. Unhandled file format, which is the, what's the backtrace? Something super wrong broke. Okay, that's good. Hey. Try load model. So try load model, blah blah. Okay. Let's be more specific about what happens when this breaks then. So runner trait. So load, try load model. I think that was like file not found or unhandled file format. Ah. So let's file x. Oh geez, don't do it. All right, what's the error? Text scene. Okay, so it's a text scene that's not handled. So let's see. Okay, so load. I just needed the same thing. So load text scene path. And this will be pretty much just the same thing. Return load scene. We'll just reuse the same thing. Give me another try. Put me in, coach. Oh baby, it works. Okay. Then we'll try it with the VRM model. Okay. So it was map bones and eyes. That's okay. It kind of works. It kind of works. It's about to be beautiful. Thank you, anonymous viewer, for the follow. Much appreciated. Just in case you don't want to be shouted out on stream. That's something that always kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of a lurker, right? So whenever I like follow somebody, I'm like, please don't show my stuff on screen. Don't call me out. Yeah, but this is actually pretty cool though. The fact that it kind of works, we still have a few problems in several places, but check it out. We got to like the model initialization part, but we're like runtime loading it essentially. Based off of this config.ini file, which is just using a absolute path, not a relative, not a resource path as you would with like regular Godot scripts. Yeah. Now I need to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. Let's see, pub sub. It's like register, logger, rebroadcast. I guess this is like emit signal. I guess we just do like a raw emit signal. Emit. Yeah, there's just emit signal. Yeah, and then it's a user signal, so that should just be, that should work fine. Ooh, okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Whew, okay. So look up. Did something change? Am I crazy? Or do I do some transformation somewhere else? Because this should have just worked. Or is this not how my current code works anyways? So if we go to just the master branch, geez. We go to the master branch of OpenCFace GD, which is of course the application that I am currently using for face tracking right now. Let's see, how do I do it currently? Is it not values? Am I dumb? No, it is values. Look up value. So this is in morphs. Oh, it's because I changed how these are stored. So these are just like that. Okay, send me one more time. Invalid get index rotation on base reference. Fair enough. So then value is oh, okay. Hold on, undo me. Boom, 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 boom. So it's not, it's pop. look up. Hey, what is look up? Expression data. Get expression gives you a morph data. Okay. So get expression dot morphs. That's probably what I need to do. So this needs to be dot, or it's look up morphs. Yeah, okay. So look up morphs, morphs, morphs. I think this is still kind of wrong. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting really, really close. Invalid get index morphs on array. Okay, that's actually super fair still. So the difference, does pop back actually remove it from the entire array? I don't know. Does pop back actually remove it? Yeah, removes and returns it. Yeah, we don't want to do that. So hold on. What was the error? Just run me one more time. Invalid get index morphs on base array. So look up is an array. Boom. Has a morph. Expression data. What does get expression do? Get expression. And then expression. Okay, hold on. Okay. So we can just do it like so. All right, so we need to take out values. Yeah, I suppose I just need to mimic the old API, which is just access this directly. That's not true at all. So that gives me morph data. Morph data. Values? Hey. Am I crazy? Why does get expression give me an array? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's because you can have multiple morphs for a certain expression. So this is a name string to array of morph data. Something like that. Okay. So I suppose the hard part is that when you have more than one, I don't really know what to do. Now I gotta think then. Now I gotta think. Because this is actually not returning me morph data. This is giving me... Oh, that is so annoying. That's actually super annoying because it's not using strict typing. It's just the type hint. Yeah, that's so painful, dude. because now lookup is a morph, but now we can do this. Morph data, which means that these all need to change now. That's a morph data, which means that we need to access values. That kind of sucks. Morph data, this needs to be values. Okay. Next one. Oh. Invalid set index up on base nil. So this left eye, does that not exist? Left eye. We don't have left eye. Maybe I don't. Oh, I absolutely do not. Did I get rid of that? Am I stupid? VRM model. So is left, yeah, I have left eye, right eye. These are eye clamps, and then you have up, down, left, right. Then these should be left eye, head. So 201. Do I not initialize them? Oh, I don't initialize them. Oh, okay, so let's initialize them. The easiest thing to do. Yeah, so they'll be using an empty initializer. Send me. Oh baby, it works. But we do have 4 errors. Which is attempt to connect non-existent signal to spatial. Okay. Neat. So that's because of this. These don't exist. Yes. So this is... Isn't there like a... You can do connect... user signal or... Okay. Do these not exist then? Blend shape? I suppose we can do... Well, let's see. On user config data change, I need to check that. Because I've changed how the pub sub works. Yeah, so we want to connect to blink threshold, link eye blinks, and use raw eye rotation. So config values. So we'll do for I in config values. We'll do AMPS, so app manager pub sub connect on model config data changed. So connect to I self, whatever the heck this is. And then we'll need to run this backwards. Yeah. Because then we use that thing that we're connecting to as the key to know what to match against. And then blend shape, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one that is. I'm not sure which one that is. Has... So if not has user signal, blend shape, then we'll do AMPS add user signal. Or we can do if this has it, whatever. So let's add it to do. Oh, geez. To do. Not really sure how to make sure this signal exists. Maybe connect VRM model to this signal using the GUI or the runner. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so this extends puppet trait. So actually I do need to move this over to the other thing as well. But let's see. Let's run it one more time. So VRM runner takes a little bit to load because we do have to load in this thing, but look at that. And then in VRM, okay, so based off of default runner does not okay, so this, we don't need this. Default runner doesn't define how to load stuff in. Find loaders, no. Try load model. Okay, so we can do try load model. So what we can do here is in VRM, we'll override try load model. Model path. And then what does this return? This returns a result. So we'll call the super implementation try load model path. And then eventually what we'll do is result okay. We'll figure it out. But then let's see. So if result is error, then we'll just return result. Let's just call it result. Right, otherwise we'll do var model. And then, okay, so if, well no, var model is equal to result unwrap. Well, we can check against the path, right? So if path get extension to lower is equal to VRM, then we can assume that this will be a VRM model, but you know, we can just do base puppet, base, or no, it's just puppet, something that extends the puppet trait. Else return result, or just return the result again, right? Actually, no, if it's not VRM, yeah, there we go. Otherwise, model, puppet trait, result unwrap. We'll grab the model and then we'll need to just spin it around. So go to screens, model display screen. I do all this implicitly here. So model. Model. I do all the translation adjustment as well, right? But what we can do is this. A little bit of copy and paste. Then return model like that. Yeah. Doesn't appear to work. Because Add child. Shouldn't this be using it, or did this not like load in or whatever? Or did it not try load model? Yeah. Hold on. So logger info using VRM try load. And then we can do logger info spinning the model. VRM runner. All right, so VRM model, no head bone found. And it also says we're trying to spin the model, but it doesn't look very spun. Let's think. This is kind of tough. It should be spinning, but I guess it didn't. So model transform, or did I? No, that's right. Yeah, so using VRM. Oh, we're actually already spinning it as well. We're already spinning it, actually. I didn't realize that we already spin it by default. So there's something else that's causing it to be unspun. Right, because we spin it right here. What we do need to do is set the translation adjustment and the rotation adjustment accordingly. Something like that. And then in default runner, I guess we'll also need to, or runner traits, right? No, absolutely not. Try load model. So then var result is equal to super try load model path. If result is error, then just return results. Otherwise, we want to do a few things. So match path get extension to lower. So these are the only ones that we really handle. So there's GLB, boom, boom. We'll want to spin it like that. If it's a text scene or a scene, also do this. And then we'll just pass it along. Yeah, there we go. That doesn't really help me all that much. Doesn't really help me. Because I think we're still going to be, yeah, spun around in the incorrect direction, shall we say. Let's see. Okay, so we're using, some of these are incorrect, so let me see. This is VRM model, default runner, VRM. Are we using any of these? Oh, we are. Setup scene. Maybe it's this initial transform. Yeah, it's actually almost 100% that, right? It's getting spun somewhere. I don't know where though. Oh, it's I commented out the wrong one. All right, it's model transform. Sorry. So VRM runner. Yeah, there we go. So this is how it looks. All right, so don't I do something kind of weird with VRM model? So VRM model, don't I spin this? Like I kind of like manually set the... Oh yeah, I 100% do like manually set it, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so when you load in a model, I'll need to check the config and see if it's, like specifically for VRM, I need to check to see if it's been modified or not. So it's added a little to-do. To-do, add flag for VRM models to check and see if we should use the default model spin. Okay. I think this is pretty good though. I think this is pretty good. The only thing after this is I need to define here in the config ini. So we have the VRM runner and then we have VRM model. VRM model, or I suppose it's like the VRM puppet, right? So type puppet entry point VRM model.gd. Yeah, okay. Last thing I need to do, because I can see that it's getting very late. So VRM model, this thing here, where is VRM model? It's in entities, right? Yeah, VRM model, this actually needs to move over to resources, extensions, VRM. So there's VRM and then VRM model. So luckily it's just a script, so we can move it over. Extends puppet traits. So VRM model, there we go. And then this one, extension manager, we can do we can do like extension. Yeah, VRM model script path. Hold on. So set script, we can do set script load. So AMEM extensions dot, what did I call this one? VRM. VRM, grab puppets. Just grab the first one. And then we'll just load it. Entry point. Resource entry point. Something like that. That's kind of gross, but I'll need to rethink how I do that. One more try though. Oh, so close. Invalid get resource entry point on base string. Oh, that's puppets. Okay, hold on. So this is boom boom. Hold on. Boom boom. AMEM. No, hold on. Copy. Or actually copy this entire thing, right? Is it just called resources? I wrote this just now, but I've already forgotten how it works. Oh, it's resources, yeah. Dot resources. One of these. Oh, hold on. So close. Invalid built-in function load cannot convert argument 1 from nil to string. Hold on, what does this give me? Now I'm just kind of flailing at this point. Extension resource. So that should be resource entry points. Where is it? Something like that. Oh, baby. Okay, so that's super gross. That's super duper gross. But we can do something like func. It's like it gets entry points for extension field, something like that. So then we'll accept an extension name, something like that, and then this will return a string. What is this one? All right, so it takes an extension name. This needs the I guess the resource type. Resource type a string, and then the resource name, something like that, right? Then for let's think. Var, I guess it's the 100%, that's the resource name. Well, if we already have the resource name, we can just do return extensions, extension name. Yeah, actually. Yeah. This is really just for like querying afterwards, but I don't really need to do that. Yeah. Entry, resource entry point. Yeah. Then this is like dot resources dot so the extension name and then the extension, I guess the resource name. So we'll need to grab the resource name from here. And then this one, I feel like we don't need this. We could just run like a regular query. So we'll do, I guess, for key and extensions dot keys, and then we'll need to go inside of that. Then for I key in extensions key resources. Hold on. Next resources of these for I key and X resources keys, I guess, and then we're looking for the field. Okay, so if X resources I key, call it inner key. Inner key dot resource type is equal to field append yeah, something like that. So we don't even need to do all of this song and dance. We can just do this. Query extensions for field. It's not really like a query, shall we say, but it's close enough. And then get entry point for extension field, or for get entry point for extension resource. Okay. Or I guess we could just do get resource for extension. Yeah. That's probably a little bit better. So then we can go back to VRM, change this out. So AM, EM, get resource for extension. So then this is extension VRM, and we're looking for VRM model. Something like that. Should be okay. Cannot get index resource entry point on base string. Oh, that's the entry point. Oh, hold on. So this will return an extension actually. So this changes, this changes. Oh, that's actually an extension resource actually. So extension. Oh, okay, I see. So now we have a lot of problems. Okay. Okay, so model, extension. So we have extension and then extension resource. Well, let me think. I guess we don't need this. We can just make this like really, just make this simple. Why am I making this so complicated? So this is extensions, VRM, resources, VRM model, resource entry point, and then that should be fine. Okay, so now it broke. That's good. Because of the change to this. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Extension manager. Let's run it one more time. Boom, boom. So that's the resources, and then for inner key and keys, resource type. So if it equals the field, so extension resources, VRM runner, and then we're looking for the field, which is, oh, it should not be looking for run. Hold on. In landing screen. Yeah, we should just be looking for runner. Okay, let's change this. So query extensions for yeah, that's fair enough, I guess. Runner. What am I comparing against? For resource type. Yeah, let's call this for a resource type. And we'll call this type. Something like that. So VRM runner. There we go. It's beautiful. Oh, it took so long, but I think we're almost there. Now I just need to handle all of the GUI stuff and the saving, etc. But that's pretty much like functioning as expected, right? And then we can even do this. We can even do this where we don't spin the model at all. Or we don't counterspin, and then you can see here that should be okay, right? So look here, there's the Alicia solid, and we can look and see that it does indeed have the VRM script just kind of hot loaded into it. Sick. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. Git add all. Git restore. Now you see assets, VRM models. I don't know why that one always changes. Git restore. Staged assets, VRM models. Git restore assets, VRM models. Git commit. Extensions are working. Move VRM stuff to extensions. Hold on. Yeah. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. So now, all the VRM stuff, VRM model, and then VRM, which is just the runner, are defined here. So then you'll have VRM runner. We have the type, so we can search for, stuff. So we can search for puppets, we can search for runners, and then we'll find the value. General just defines what we want to call the entire module or the entire resource. That feels pretty good. Then VRM model, puppet, VRM model, etc., etc. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then everything we just kind of pull from here. So like load this entire thing, resources, entry points. I need to think of a better way of doing that, but that is the most direct way of doing it, I think. I suppose one last thing I could do is like query extensions for like a certain thing. Now that I already have like a query syntax. So query extension. So query string. And then this will give you back, I guess this will give you back something, right? So let's have this return a result. Split query is equal to query split. And we want to split on these things. We'll also want to strip edges. And then in config manager, what do I do? Config manager. Don't I do some fancy stuff with finding? Find data. I guess this is fine, right? So split query. So we can strip edges, and then we should also L strip. Boom. R strip. And then split on all of this. So there's your split data. And then var. Okay. So if split query empty, So this is runtime loadable. I guess this is like extension manager, huh? I'll need to change these. Extension manager. Add query. Error code all of this. And then we'll just attach the query to this. Okay. Next one. We can reuse a lot of this stuff. So find data, not this one, base config. So this is find data. I guess it's closer to query, but I guess it's like the same thing. Because we don't want to do find in extensions. Maybe that's a better thing. So find in extensions. Extensions. There we go. We're going to use the same logic. So for key index in split query size, container is equal to r key index. I was actually pretty surprised how well this actually worked. What a great algorithm. Oh, but then we can make a few assumptions about the starting container. So this is extensions. So var key, which is 100% a string, which is from split query, key index. So we'll match type of, or I guess we can't do a match anymore, huh? Because I can no longer guarantee that it'll just be, well, almost certainly it will not just be built-in types, right? So if var val type, or no, current container type. Current container type is an integer which is type of current container. So match, well, I guess if we're using a match, then we can just do match type of current container. So type array, which is because on extension you have runners, which are arrays. So if it's a runner, if key is valid integer, then we'll do val is equal to current container key type dictionary current container get key. Otherwise, we'll need to check against whether or not it's an extension. If it's an extension, if current container is extension, then okay, val is equal to this. Sorry. Val is equal to this. Otherwise, val is equal to current container get key elif current container is extension resource. Well, I guess this is just an object, right? Or it's some sort of variant. Yeah. Type object. I think that, yeah, the same logic is still valid. Yeah. Then we just check if value is not null, then R append value, and then continue. Otherwise, return result error code extension manager bad query. And then otherwise, we'll just pop the end of R pop back. Yeah, there we go. Then also need to go through runtime loadable manager. So this needs to be extension. I spelled this wrong, by the way. Extension manager. Something like that. Beautiful. Okay, so find in extensions, which allows me to query a lot easier. So then we can do var script result is equal to em find in extensions. So it's some sort of query. So we'll do, what is it? It's vrm resources vrm model resource entry point. I think that's okay. Assign value, find in extensions. Does this not have a, it does. If script result is error, then we'll want to do logger error script result to string. Yeah. Then just return, just bail out early essentially. Script result, yeah. Otherwise, we can do set script script results unwrap, something like that. So let's give that a try. Hopefully it just works. Bad query. Bad query. So bad query. I wonder where it hits bad query. It's one of these. Or I guess we should call this empty query, right? Just to make sure. Empty query. Realize I do need to go to sleep soon. But I want to get this done because it feels so good. It would feel so good if this is more or less good enough. Split query to string. All right, so vrm resources, vrm model resource entry point. one of that. So I'll just pass along the query just so I know what it is. And then the current key that we're looking at as well. Just so we have a little bit of error handling. So VRM model, I can't find that. Really? So description, VRM model. Can't find that one? Extensions, scan path, VRM. So then we have two resources, VRM model. Wait, this is extensions, yeah. So we have VRM. Oh, it should be extensions. Sorry. So VRM. It should automatically just search in extensions, but maybe that's not true. Run me one more time, just so I can look. So it failed on VRM model. VRM model. So it goes to extensions. That's automatic. Goes into VRM. So we're looking for VRM in extensions, which definitely exists. Resources, and then there's no VRM model in there, even though it totally should exist. Although I don't know. Give me another shot, coach. Put me back in. Okay, so the current key is VRM, which means that it is boom boom, value is not null. So the current container is an object. So there's resources. Value is a dictionary of size 2. There's VRM model. The current key is VRM model. Ooh, hold on. So current container. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Kill this. What if we just do this? Will this just work? Cannot convert argument 1 from string to object. So what does this have? Oh, okay. Oh my god. So it does, oh, that's really cool. Okay, cool. So you can query like this, even if you put like a space in it. Interesting. That makes sense. That makes sense, since it's not like a real query language. Neat. Yeah, so there's the resource entry point. And then that one is automatically kind of like finagled into like working correctly. Cool. Get restore assets. So this is like add query functionality to extension manager. Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be it for me for today, but yeah, feeling pretty good about the progress I've made. Feeling pretty good. It's, I don't know. I mean, that's pretty much it. Everything that I've been working on is available on GitHub. on the super cleanup branch. So I'm feeling really good about this right now since I've gotten the extension manager just working. So everything is being passed in at runtime. I do need to write more tests, but you know, what else is new? Yeah. Feels good. Feels good. 24 commits. I guess it's one. What is the one commit it's behind? Oh, it's update the readme. That's fine. That's fine. Can I easily rebase? Get pull. Get check out. Refactor super cleanup. Get rebase master. Oh baby, that feels pretty good as well. Easy rebase. Get push force. Yeah, there we go. Did that just wipe my commit history? Oh, it did. That's fine. That's okay. I don't care. But yeah, the biggest things that have changed are... Oh, and I think I do want to rename... Trackers OpenC face. I think that should change. Yeah. I think having script templates be, you know, snake cased while OpenCFace is whatchamacallit, kebab cased looks kind of weird, but we'll fix that later. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time working on this again since I'm trying to burst it out. Let me see, is my bot running? Oh, it is running. Hello. So there's a Discord, there's the GitHub, etc., etc. If you're interested in anything I worked on today, I guess just don't worry about any of these. Nothing has changed. But yeah, you know, give me a follow if you're interested in any of this. Give me stars on GitHub, and yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me. Goodbye.